Okay, back on Roottrees. Let's go here. I already forgot. I go one day without actually playing Roottrees, and then I forget everything. Where am I at so far? Okay. Yeah. Guy Hudson's there. Elias. The first infidelity. Miracle with the second infidelity. Guy Hudson with third infidelity. And then regular update. Okay. What string do I want to follow first? I guess Elias. Miracle issue. Did I ever look up Jane Doe Rootree? Jane Doe Rootree. Yeah, okay. Well, uh, Elias Rootree. So allows us to work with a connected figure, but there is also those who have argued this is right to side. First Anderson, Maple Farm. Ooh. Bess Williams, an author born in the 1800s, lives just outside of Miami, died tragically young in a major hurricane that struck the area in 1926. Has a minor history with the Roottrees. Her only notable book, Family Man, is widely considered blatant propaganda about Elias Roottree. It has been all but forgotten until recently, when it was re-released during the height of Rootree. Ooh. There's a site dedicated to hurricane statistics that also mentions Bess Williams. The Bocadoral Library, not from where she lived, was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they renamed the nonfiction section after her. The library was expanded again in 1950 and then closed in 1963 when multiple larger libraries opened in the surrounding area that made it redundant. That's not going to lead to anything. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Miami Print Museum. Searching for the Miami Print Museum, you come across their website, seats are hours, and a list of exhibits. The building is very small, admission is free, and they only have room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits is their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. The picture has been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday, a now defunct weekly paper. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans in their art book. Oh, this is fascinating. Oh. Know the records that you can find online or in your periodical search merged with another periodical and became the Miami Mercury Sunday. Only a year. I found a small website about quirky printing history facts. One larger failing newspaper, which is only notable to the author because by combining the names in the way they did, it was tied for the longest title for an American newspaper at the time, with a newspaper in Jefferson, Texas. Miami Mercury Sunday. Okay, so that wasn't Cuba by Cubans. Cuba by Cubans. By Marcia Barbin. Still doesn't seem related to your search in any way. Well, never know. Okay. This just leads back to here, right? Yeah. The statue of an unknown author. statue in front of the Miami Print Museum. It sits in the courtyard, and according to their site, is said to be of an unknown author. That's crazy. I can take a picture of that. Um, Bess Williams. Bess and Beth are pretty close. But I'll hold off on that. There's a Beth Knox. So leads right now are, I guess, to highlight about this. Go to the book. Alright, highlight this. So Family Man by Bess Williams. A reprinting of an old book about Elias Roottrees. During your first search, this book had a picture of the farm on the cover. This version includes a portrait of Elias. There we go. That's where we get the picture from. The dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. But if they were to replace that definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. The picture tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of his extended family members, you're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of this book was so lazy that they reused a famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. The best thing it has going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. Interesting. Okay, so this is just to get the picture, I guess, although it says 2. Interesting. It did not work. Okay, well, at least I can put Elias in. God damn. Oh yeah. Yeah, that does remind me that we do have Regina Clementine. Mm, yeah, that was about Clark. Um, hmm. Okay. Just wanted to see. Periodicals, Business Watch, Elias, Roottree. Uh, Tea Blast. Yeah, nothing. Um, okay. Let's check back over here. Regina Clementine email. Reminders. Um, Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover of magazines. Other notable Roottrees: Lauren Roottrie, Miracle Roottrie, Gem Roottrie. Uh, if you look up the 5 presidents in Business Watch, so him, oops, there's Elias, Zach Morden. I feel like I did this last time. Okay, and then Guy Hudson. Yeah, already been here. And then Elias Jr. I already forgot what his last name was. Ernest. Oh my god. Ernest Madsen Jr. Article Jr. Clears more than qualified. Trained to succeed. Passed up for unspecified reasons. Yeah. And Clark Gravity's the current one. Carl Roottrie. Eulogized Carl Roottrie along with his daughters and wife. Never had any marital issues. Kristen Valdez, who has been Carl's high school sweetheart before Brenda. She does not make any claim about having any child with him. She just appeared to be paid to talk about his early life. Most of it is boring. She says that they met when he was sent to a private school near her hometown and broke up when he graduated and moved back to Butler County. There's an older version of this page? Of this? Oh, this same page. Yep. Oh. Time travel interface, yeah. Okay. Clark Rafferty. New president, Roottrees. Clark Rafferty LaRoe. Ron Roottrie be taking over. Yeah. Oof. Nose is itchy. Since taking over Clark's vitamin spotlight. Oops. Let's go back to Business Watch. Sprat. Group in foster care. I guess I'll just go back to the Clementines. I don't really have anything else. It's a dead end. Did I read this? Yeah. Wait, did I put his picture in? Oh, I did. Okay. Alright. Does not seem like I'll get any farther there, so I think right now I gotta work on miracles. Photo given to you by Sam Madsen. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband had confessed he thinks he's a Roottrees. Stewart is an older boy wearing a vest. Woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Roottrees. So he thinks he's a Roottrees, and she had an affair with Miracle Roottrees. Same thing. Let's look up. Tree. Okay. Same thing. Okay. What's her name? Mary Beth Clementine. I forgot I can just search. Mary Beth Clementine was a singer most popular in the years between 1942 and 1959. She traveled around the country, performing at churches. Her repertoire was a mix of religious and popular songs, and although she recorded a few records, they seem lost to time. The only one you find mentioned was a cover of "He's Got the Whole World in His Hands," released under the label New Edison. Known for her adoptions. She's listed on many sites that mention adoption. In the history of adoption, she adopted 2 children in the late 1940s, Stuart and Mark, who are these two. Stuart and Mark, okay. Oh. Clementine. Alright, back to the computer. Yeah, okay. Okay. Traveled around the country performing at churches. Yeah. Great highlight. Mary Rose was known for her adoptions. She adopted 2 children. Stuart and Mark. She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 1949, who were convening to debate and discuss the then recent first adoption of an African American child to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stewart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on one adoption site, under unusual circumstances. Her other son was interesting. 1959, it surfaced that Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager Sterling. This ended her career with the religious audience she had been catering to, and while she performed occasionally since then, she mostly faded into obscurity. Mary Beth passed away in 1994 at the age of 76 of a stroke. Okay. better understand what this means then. So this is Mary Beth. Uh, the husband who thinks he's a Rootree is probably Mark. It's definitely Mark. Adopted later and according to a single line on one adoption site under unusual circumstances. That's just her husband. That's just Mary Beth's husband. Right. Okay. Email. Oh, actually, before I go back through that, go back to here. New Edison. New Edison was a small record label based in Los Angeles that existed for a few years in the 40s. It raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining popularity. According to a website about the history of recorded sound, it was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Okay. Highlight here. Biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison and Edison Records versus Edsel. I also find a few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites about old records. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of the Old Rugged Cross and says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Is that? Another site claims that the police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner Sterling Edison got in a physical altercation in public, leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources or evidence, and the site's content seems user-submitted. There's an email address at the bottom and the phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood and I'll add them to the page." Interesting, okay. Just searching him here? Yeah. I'll search this just to see. Edison Records was one of the first record labels named after Thomas Edison. The history of the company seems very unimportant, except for potentially a lawsuit that followed in 1949, Edison Records versus Edsel. A website about lawsuits mentions this as a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edsel was a German last name, and at the time of the founding of the company, the US was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try and get the case to go away, but the damage was done. Okay, so being sued by Edison Records. So his real name is Sterling Edsel. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately out as not actually being named Edison. I'll create a highlight there. Create a highlight there. Holy Grail is re-release. Old Rugged Cross. Popular hymn that has been covered by many, many artists. Yeah. Old records. Record labels. Mary Beth Clementine. Mary Beth Clementine was reviewed and advertised many times in Modern Music Monthly, but the most popular recording was a Riesley cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands. There are also some other Mary Beth Clementine releases that appeared over the years. One of them was Old Rugged Cross, which is only a song that was advertised but not reviewed. When it was first reviewed by the magazine, however, it listed the artist as Mary Beth Quaker. Okay. Great highlight. nothing else, right? Yeah. Back here. Sterling Edison leads here. New Edison records. Edison records. Okay. Oh, back to New Edison. Physical altercation in public leading to a divorce. Twice divorced to the same person. What the hell? Actually, I don't. I didn't really pay attention to this box. Um, I'll clear this actually. I don't know. I guess we'll keep the path. Figure that out later. But if he thinks he's, actually wait. Two children in the late 40s, Stuart and Mark. So the guy who thinks he's a Roottrie is either Stuart or Mark. Probably Mark. Other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on one adoption. No, wait, yeah, I forgot. Probably Mark. Twice divorced, both times to her manager Sterling. 1940s. Yeah. And then her last name was Mary Beth Quaker. So Miracle potentially got with someone named Beth, and then Beth was married to someone named Quaker, something Quaker probably, which led to Mary Beth Quaker. And actually, now that I think about it, Mary Beth, that makes sense. This is very confusing, what this box means. But yeah, Mary Beth somewhere in here, and then Mary Beth. What, split up and then adopted? Unless it's over here, and then I don't remember when Elias. Oh wait, I'm fucking stupid. Wrong person. Uh, this is Beth. Elias and Beth. Okay, I was looking at the completely wrong thing. So Elias and Beth, infidelity, gave birth to um, probably Mary Beth Quaker. Quaker married to John Doe. Split up and then what the fuck? What? Where the fuck does this? Where is this going? Oh god, this shit is messy. Okay, but then that means Clementine's over here and not over there, like I thought. she just adopted them in the 40s, and then she adopted both of them? Stuart and Mark? So he's not they're not blood related if he's adopted. Unless he was adopted by, well, yeah, I guess he's still not adopted. Hmm, that's confusing. Okay, let's look at this. Six pieces prodigy.us. I just want to look that up. Okay, never mind. Not looking it up. Genealogy genie. This is my. Okay. Can't even look up my own. Looking at prodigy. What was Clark's? Uh, Chris Rafferty 70 some shit. What were the conspiracy theory stuff? Uh, Probably won't lead to anything, but I just want to see if Chris Rafferty's thing leads anywhere. Archived. Um, oh wait, forgot. I can just. Never mind. Nope, not that. This is art project. Um, hmm. This feels like this might be a waste of time. But now I'm really curious what. How they got. How the fuck. Wait, yeah, he has a new picture to put here. And Clark. Fuck, I don't remember how to get to the conspiracy shit. What led to the conspiracy stuff? It's revisiting the diary. next gen, Clancy, end of the day. Danielle. Swashbuckle my heart, free spirits. Am I stupid? Hmm. Am I stupid? What the fuck? Am I... How the hell did I get to the page with the conspiracies on it? Pix pop. Oh, let me go back here. Um, older. Huh? I didn't know that this had anything. Jim and Diamond apparently sent out some mail to Diamond's Dazzlers that mentioned they didn't spend a lot of time near or around the candy company anymore, so they couldn't really comment on any recent news. The Best Of album did get released at CD during Roottreemania, and while neither of them had performed recently, the couple did do a few signings at local record stores near their estate. During question and answer sessions, Jim has stated he hasn't been inspired to write any new lyrics. As far as you can tell, Jim and Diamond's marriage is still doing just fine, and there have never been any rumors of infidelity about either of them. Mm. Yeah, okay. Uh, Diamond, row. Okay. Hmm. Damn, bro. What was it? Clancy Edward Roottrees. Much has changed over the last many months at the Roottrees Candy Company. One of those things is its website. I don't think I searched this. Uh, Although during your last search you only got a good look at their history page, the design itself has clearly become much more sleek and very corporate, gone as any history focused on Alliance Roottrees. Instead, the site seems to focus on the present status of their candy offerings with some high quality JPEGs of each of their products. There are also some small ads for Root, which is the clothing company owned by the Roottrees Candy Company. There's a small section at the bottom that lists the president as Clark Rafferty LaRoe. A short bio mentions that he was responsible for some of the marketing before taking the reins after the unfortunate plane crash. There's also a small memorial section for those that perished in the plane. The perished in the plane crash, including the Roottrees sisters, Carl and Brenda, Kurt Johnson, Mark Sanchez, Trish King, and Eliza Nicholson. Uh, Kurt Johnson and Mark Sanchez were the pilot and co-pilot of a Roottrees jet during its crash last December. Uh, Although the NTSB investigation has not been released, foul play has been ruled out. Trish King was on the cabin crew of the Roottrees private jet. Elizabeth Nicholson, who went by Eliza, lived in a house with her family about 200 yards from the section of the woods where the plane crashed. Oh. Lived in a house with her family about 200 yards from the section of the woods where the plane crashed. Maybe I should report that. She reportedly had a heart attack due to commotion, and her family were unable to reach emergency services due to the overwhelmed phone lines and the ongoing storm. Her son-in-law managed to flag down an officer responding to the plane crash, but it was too late. Oops. How did I completely forget how I got to the conspiracy page? There's something about like 4 things. Okay, back to this. Alright, email. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine, niece Salazar. Wait, okay. Um, Her husband, Stuart Clementine. Okay, so it is Stuart. Wrote me about a month ago. Apparently, the Roottrees lawyers went after her since then. Her husband is a police officer, never knew his father. Told her he thought he might be a Roottrees, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. He wrote to me behind his back. Normally, I wouldn't be so sure, but she has some pretty credible facts. Stewart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine, was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s, a singer who went on tour. You can look her up online. Okay, Mary Beth Clementine. Periodicals, Butler County Times. Mary Beth Clementine came to Butler County a few times, played religious hymns at the Miracle Congregation's church. She's mentioned 2 times, though the first visit from 1949 was significantly more substantial. Miracle Congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms. The article mentions that the church's leader was moved when he heard Mary Beth's recording of one of his favorite hymns, His Eye is on the Sparrow, and reached out to her personally. His Eye is on the Sparrow holds very special meaning to me. As you know, I've had a very difficult upbringing. It's no secret that my own eyes have always been a source of struggle. Uh, the song is about overcoming sadness and hardship through Jesus. If God can find a way to watch over every sparrow, he can certainly watch over those made in his image. My family's fortune does me no good as a man of the Lord. It's much better spent spreading his word, and I've felt a kinship with Mary Beth ever since I heard her voice. When I learned her personal story, I knew I had to help her in whatever way I could. The Bible is full of adoptions, from Moses to Esther. Spending your life taking care of those helpless to help themselves is incredibly noble. She and her son are welcome to stay in our guest home. The second visit was a few years later in 1953. The article mentions that her first visit was a massive success, and at the insistence of Miracle's congregation, she's returned for an encore performance. It also mentions that the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption have prevented her from touring recently, but doesn't clarify. page. I felt a kinship with Mary Beth ever since I heard her voice. Hmm. Okay, so maybe Mary Beth and Beth are completely separate. Oh. At least I made the correction that Beth is over there. I don't know, I guess I shouldn't really try and glean clues from how this is laid out. A little. The premise is that a singer realizes they should not feel discouraged or disparaged by their troubles, as God is watching over every creature. If God can watch over and love something as small as a sparrow, then the singer knows that God is also there to watch over them. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Take a quick break to eat a snack. Hmm. Clementine isn't that popular of a last name, and you managed to find Stuart Clementine listed as one of many names on an emergency services website in New Orleans. He seems he's a police officer, he has no web presence. Hmm. They spent a lot of time in the church. So let's say this is Mary Beth. One of these is that could be Stewart. Oh, this shit's confusing. So if that's her husband, this guy? Mary Beth. Quaker. Mary Beth. Oh, Quaker. Musician. Okay, yeah. That much was true. Yep, yep, yup. Okay. That means this guy is her husband? She visits the church after. She returned for an encore performance. Unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption has prevented her from touring recently. Did I have anything on Mary Beth's husband? Oh wait, right. Sterling? Uh, Sterling Edsel. That's probably who that is. From what? There she adopted. No, whoops. This is Stewart Clementine. When did she change her name? Her original name, Mary Beth Quaker. Mary Beth Quaker. Okay. What was her other son's name? Uh, Mark. Mark Clementine. Mmm. Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website titled the Infamy List. Oh. Uh, Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there, or Australia. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. Oh, he has a pretty big entry and seems like a real piece of work. Oh god. There's a very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950, but most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airline's plane. He was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and assault. 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph is credited as giving him his nickname. His mugshot from this incident has been added to your photos. In 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. This incident received national press. Oh, shit. Okay, so it's all about Mary. Crocodile Clementine. There's small note about him being the basket baby of 1950. Uh, oh, okay, yep, that is something. Nickname, highlight. He was arrested in 1984 for violating his parole in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. Alright, let's see Mark. Multnomah County Corrections Division. Found this mixer online. It's Mark Clementine, who was arrested for smuggling reptiles into the United States. Stuart Clementine, and then Regina Salazar. And he works as a police officer. I don't know what the. I don't know what the. Great medium model is. There's pilot. Feature. How do you say criminal? I guess pilot was his last occupation. Where was it? Pilot. I feel like I should probably put his. It feels fucked. Okay, back to the computer. I'm glad we found like an actual lead. The basket baby of 1950. A few sites about true stories focused on and around religion mentioned it that in 1950, a gospel singer named Mary once found herself dealing with a real-life baby Moses situation. Apparently, she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption, and someone decided to test how much. They left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. According to the site, she adopted him without question and raised him as her own son. Although it wasn't national news, in many circles he became known as the basket baby, and even went on tour with her as he grew up. None of the websites state who the woman or baby were, likely to prevent people from looking into either of the people too closely. From context, you know that it's Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned due to her personal life, and her son Mark, who would later be known as Crocodile Clementine. Yeah. Good lord. How'd this happen? Okay, yeah, Portland Telegraph. Run as a mill newspaper based out of Portland, Oregon. They have a website, lots of dry statistics about how many subscribers they have, how many issues there have been, awards they've won. Website doesn't have useful data. Okay. So let's look up Crocodile Clementine on Portland Telegraph. Portland Telegraph was the one that provided the nickname Crocodile Clementine. Has some details about Crocodile Clementine's first major arrest. He was flying weekly between Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver in a small plane. His flights were very low, literally under the radar. He was only caught because he was bit by a crocodile in the leg and had to call in a mayday because he was losing blood. He tried to tell them that he was a crop duster who somehow cut his leg on a loose piece of metal in the cockpit. But his story seemed very odd and controllers quickly alerted the police without informing him. When he landed, they were waiting and he was promptly arrested. Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver. Feels like that didn't really lead anywhere. He just tells me what happened to him. 1983, released on parole. 1994 in San Diego. His daughter's graduation. Famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. Billy Sims is the principal of Sandstone Canyon High School, who had his 15 minutes of fame in 1994 when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organization, from Trustworthy to Tabloid, seems to have their own take on the altercation. Okay, so maybe that's why I got Portland Times. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention, however. Instead, it was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterwards, as heard in a now-famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "Alright, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Oh, that's good. Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backwards somersault. Okay, Billy. Which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." That's crazy. Alright, let's see what everyone else says about it. Did report on Billy Sims, but the information seems redundant with basic information. News Time did a small piece about a fight between Sims and Crocodile, but tried to approach it from a different perspective. Their goal was to paint a picture of the two men involved from others who knew them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sims' wife, Carla, as well as multiple staff members at his school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. They hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. There it is. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. She worked in an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter. Second daughter, okay. She felt she needed to get out before things got worse. Alright. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the web name so that nobody would connect them to her husband. Okay, Colleen Webb. Colleen Webb, and then two daughters. Never legally changed their name. That was in the 70s? Well, no. She said, or it said, divorced in 1975. He was 1994, punched by high school principal graduation ceremony. So his oldest is in college, and then his youngest is still a K through 12 student. Oh, she's married. Okay, so maybe she's not in college anymore. When was that? 1994. Now it's 1999. Yeah, so I guess she's out of college. Okay, so maybe not college student. But I'll leave that there for now. Back to the computer. Oh, Picotee magazine is kind of sleazy, so they're not afraid to publish a few details that more reputable news publications normally wouldn't. You look up Billy Sims. You look up the Billy Sims, isn't it? It seems they did report on it. You gain a few new bits of information, though it might not be useful. Once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their products in animals. Okay, you know, I guess that's kind of based. Police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Tostarito Jacobson. Fuego's Fiesta, a regional Mexican fast food chain, held a competition in 1993 that offered free meals for life to anyone that legally changed their name to Tostarito. The Tostarito was a burrito with a cylindrical tostada shell inside the flour tortilla. A burrito with a cylindrical tostada shell inside the flour tortilla. According to a few different sources, Tostarito Jacobson used to be named Lucinda. Do I need to connect him to anyone else? Fascinating. Okay. Picotee interviewed other students that were at the event to find out if anyone knew anything, and the word going around was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. Okay, so Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary is graduating. Okay. Let's back to Billy Sims here. And we can go back to Portland Telegraph. Had an article slightly longer than most about the Billy Sims incident, mostly because of the assaulter, Crocodile Clementine, had appeared in the paper before. Because of the somewhat comedic sensationalism of the events in question, and because the readers were already familiar with Mark Clementine, they filed it under a special banner called Croc Watch. It mentions that our good friend Croc Clementine was actually in attendance at the high school graduation because his daughter was walking the stage. He's apparently not allowed to attend. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter, but did so anyway. It was unknown to the school staff, including Sims at the time, who he was, but a security guard recognized him, and that's when the trouble started. Clementine was approaching the side of the stage to try to avoid the guard when the exchange between him and Sims took place. The article finishes by facetiously asking, "What will Croc get up to next? Stay tuned for more Croc Watch." Unfortunately for your investigation, as far as you can tell, there were no more instances of Croc Watch. Okay. Uh, okay. Let's go back to this. Sandstone Canyon High School. Mentioned a lot. What's her name? Mary Webb? OMG Ghost. Mary Webb in San Diego has a website called Web on the Web. Apparently, it's a personal travel diary that also doubles as an advertisement for her travel agency. There are descriptions of Mary's services, including booking flights and cruises. Almost all of them involve extremely niche audiences. It seems Mary is the #1 agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations aboard ghost ships and in specific hotel rooms that are said to be haunted. How do you book something about aboard ghost ships? She also has a dedicated section for more traditional modern cruises that cater to specific groups such as fans of boy bands. Okay, so I guess ghost ships that turn into cruises. Okay. In the diary entry, she talks about the trip she's personally taken and uses that as an opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions that the ships offer, even when you're on them to see a specific band or a ghost. There's also pictures of ships, hotels, landmarks, and places she's visited, as well as a picture of Mary herself with a ship in the background. One of her diary entries actually mentions the day that the photos were taken. She was allowed onto the ship on a port day in San Diego with a professional photographer she knows. The photo of Mary has been added to your evidence. Mm. Mary Webb from website Web on the Web, paranormal travel agency. Uh, Alleged ghost ship from the 1800s lost at sea and turned up without any crew several years later. Corporate composition photography. Uh, highlight, highlight, highlight there. Search internet. Corporate composition photography is a photography studio that was listed on a few different sites for businesses in San Diego. Seems to have been possible to hire them to take professional quality photos for businesses of all sorts. As far as you can tell, it appears to no longer exist. Companies also mentioned on a photography site with some IRC chat logs. Seems like the site is a personal page of a member of an IRC photography channel. They have archives of logs they've been saving since 1993. One of them was from 1996 when Val, the former head photographer from corporate composition photography, did a Q&A with their users about taking pictures for promotional materials and print ads. Most of the questions and answers are pretty technical. They not only seem irrelevant, but generally go over your head. One of the questions, however, mentions that Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asked about Iraq. The question was quickly shut down by the person running the QA, who said Val does not wish to answer any questions uh, from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. 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 Please keep this on the subject of commercial photography. Interesting. Damn. Thought it was gonna be a woman. There we go. Telephoto. Uh, Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. Lebanese pound, lower back pain, lead-based pain, low blood pressure, Louisiana Border Pharmacy, Long Beach Peninsula, Lynch Building Plastics, Luxury Bridal Photography, Lexington Business Payroll, Lincoln Baby Photographs, Laura's Bras and Panties, Logline Books and Publishing. Okay, well, let's go to telephoto. Iraq. Okay. Val. Okay. Corporate. Wait, what was the LBP? LBP. about Iraq. Nor does he wish to talk about LBP. Lead-based paint. Lebanese pound. Also known as lira. Lower back pain. Louisiana Board of Pharmacy. Lynch Building Plastics. Luxury bridal photography. Lexington business payroll. Lincoln baby photography. Logline books and publishing. Laura's bras and panties. Okay, well I'm glad I fucking searched everything. Except for low blood pressure. Fine. Okay. LVP Iraq? Oh. Okay. Hmm. With a professional photographer that she knows. Who's Val? Hmm. To the ship on a port day in San Diego. Hmm. This doesn't lead to anything, right? Yeah. Did I? Hmm. Uh, that's about Iraq. longest page. Hmm. Missing something? Guess I can, at the very least, Mary Clementine. Val. LBP. Yeah, I already tried all this. Hmm. Okay, so that's a bit of a dead end. Colleen Webb. Hmm. So tell us landmarks and places visited. Not onto the ship on a port day in San Diego with a professional photographer she knows. Damn. This shit feels like a dead end. There's no one else who's like adopted. Like, this doesn't count as them being like blood. Oh, and she's like a travel agent, right? Web on the web. Yeah. Uh, hmm. Shit. It feels like a. I feel lost. Doesn't? Damn. Hmm. Move on the web paranormal travel agency. Corporate composition photography. Foul. One of the questions mentions that Foul is on the cover of Telephoto and asks about Iraq. We should talk about LBP. LBP. Ugh. Mr. Luxury has a website, and on it you find a scan of some paperwork that proves your suspicion is correct. He wasn't actually born Nick Luxury, but rather changed his name legally last year. His birth name was Michael Luxury. Lexington Business Payroll. Lincoln Baby Photography. Oh shit. Oh my god. Lincoln Baby Photography seems like a solid lead, as mentions a Val, an award-winning photographer on the page. It's a business in Beacon, New York, and on the site it has a picture of a baby and a camera captioned with Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father. What? At the bottom of the website it says copyright 1998, 1999. Picture has been added to your evidence. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Cam Lincoln? His? Oh fuck. Shit. Cam Lincoln. What the hell? Well, I guess Val. It's Val Lincoln. Uh, okay. Create a highlight there. Laura's Bras and Panties, Logline Books and Publishing. Wait, this doesn't have any. Oh, fuck. Logline is a small publisher in California that does limited edition runs movie scripts, none of the books even related to your search. Fog. Fog is a video game where the protagonist wakes up in a valley called Fog. The player must solve a series of puzzles which lead to finding microfiches. Plugging the microfiches into a viewer at the central movie theater in Fog allows you to teleport to different eras of the game. Each of these eras is a different valley from a different time period. For some reason, all of them have puzzles in them as well. The player's goal is to bring back jigsaw pieces they find in the different eras. Once they do, they can add each piece to the puzzle in the secret underground bunker behind the staircase that leads to the bell tower. Each additional piece allows the dragon trapped in the jigsaw puzzle to talk to them. The player must finally decide whether or not to trust the dragon who is asking them to finish. The player must finally decide whether or not to trust the dragon who is asking them to finish assembling the jigsaw, which will bring her a tasty snack. Warning: the next paragraph contains major spoilers for Fog. The surprise twist is that if the player decides to feed the dragon, it turns out they're actually the snack. A quote on the box says, "Fog is the masterpiece that will become your universe," and another one says, "It's remarkable how Fog bears no resemblance to any other game that has ever been released, past or present." Cool. Do you think this would be related to your search exactly? Valerie Lincoln, a realtor in Michigan. Okay, but I can go to telephoto. Val Lincoln. Featured in telephoto, and the cover, which featured one of his photos, as well as portions of the article, have been added to your evidence. Telephotos of Photography magazine. This 1992 issue focuses on the photos of Val Lincoln, a photographer who went overseas during Desert Storm. He won the Sepia Award for photojournalism, specifically for the photo on the cover. Val got a start in high school when he took a photography class because, in his own words, he couldn't decide what else to do and thought it would be the best career in the world to shoot for Playboy. But he quickly found he had a knack for it and began to skip lunch and his free periods to spend more time in the darkroom. After graduating, he tried to pivot to landscape photography but didn't have any passion for it. "I work much better when I'm trying to tell the story of a person or an object." He got lucky when a photographer mentor of his, who was going overseas to cover the war, decided to take a chance on him. He brought. Okay. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go to an active war zone for no pay, but he bought my plane tickets, all my meals, and even pulled some strings so we could rush my passport. For someone that had never had a real job or even left California, it was a hell of a break. Val was only 19 at the time and shot the photo that won him an award the third night he was there. The photo depicts Lisa Clementine. The photo depicts Lisa Clementine, who lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber. According to the article, women were not subject to direct combat, and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when the road ahead was partially destroyed, and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. Val says, "I ran into Lisa just after her surgery and took the picture. Then until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate, because that's the photo that won me an award, got me into your magazine, and also led to my engagement. Just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln?" What the fuck? Okay, so I got that shit wrong. I need to switch them. Okay, Jesus. Yeah. Create highlight. Uh, just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln. Damn. Okay. Holy shit. Okay, so this is Mary. 20 the section with Colleen Cheney. Uh, 1975. The fight happened 1994? 1975. She was pregnant with their second daughter. 1975 to what? Fucking 94. That's 75, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 19. Let's say 18. She was born 1976. So 18. That makes sense, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this is Mary, who is now a travel agent, and this is Lisa Clementine, Val Lincoln. And if this is all right, this should be. Fuck. Oh, fuck. The baby will save me. Cam. Cam. I forgot his last name. Lincoln. Who is a baby. Oh, fuck. Who did I get wrong? Am I stupid? Was her name not Lisa? Her name was definitely not Lisa. I'm so stupid.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a
Hell
bit
yeah.
of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth.
Yeah, that'd be kind of fucked up.
I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else.
I guess that's also true.
I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure. I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together.
Mm.
Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA.
I already gathered that from all the other DNA tests that have been in the news.
What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
Okay. I thought you would bring me something, man. Am I dumbass? Wait, what the fuck, Lisa? Oh. Is her name not Lisa Clementine? Operation Desert Saber. Codename for a land offensive that the U.S. military performed against the Iraqi army. Larger Operation Desert Storm, also known as the Gulf War. That's not helpful. The Gulf War. Sick. Sick. Lisa Clementine. It's not Lisa Clementine. Okay, what other names are like Lisa, man? Elizabeth? There's Chinese names in here? Oh, fuck, cause of guy going everywhere. Oh, shit, that's... Alright. Uh... Hongbo... Hongyu... What the hell? Oh, man, Pharaoh. Lang... Han... Uh, Jesus, dude. Okay. Oh, fuck. Lisa can be... I guess... Does anyone shorten Melissa to Lisa? I feel like it's mostly like, Elizabeth type thing. Lisa Clementine lost an arm. LBP Lincoln Baby Photography. Oh, I can add marks. Photo. Okay, I'll leave that Elizabeth for now. Okay, well shit, now I gotta go back to Guy Hudson because I can't... Still not totally sure about... I guess I can look up Beth Knox. Let's go back to the company records. Did John Miller show up? Edward Clancy. Roottrees. No? Nothing? Damn. Okay. Even though he's... Gwyneth Madsen was hired. Yeah. Spider searching people just because they're listening. These folks will likely be very time consuming and a waste of your time. Okay, well. Give me 1 second. Need some more. Many of their hires at the time were young single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. Caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Elias once had a secretary. Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, but she never met her. Hmm. Christine Garland. Steve, who was chef at Antonelli's, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Now she has a bun and oven and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Hmm. Is there an Elizabeth Garland? I don't think so. Marked as one of Guy's secretaries. Elizabeth Farrow. Christine Farrow was hired, no longer listed among executives, but Christine Garland has been hired. Elizabeth Farrow. Catherine Garrett. Just going back to the Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties. They eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware the party was swingers. Showed up with Guy. So Elizabeth, that Elizabeth is Elizabeth Farrow, but and she has a daughter, but what's her daughter's last name. And it's before. 1978. Guy Hudson took over. Party for Swingers. In 1978, she had a daughter working as a secretary. So it's either 1978 or earlier, I guess. So Lisa Lewis, Valerie Ewing, Beatrice Watts, Corey Schwartz. Or I guess. Oh, fuck, there it is. Christine Farrow. Oh my god, it is Christine. Okay, Jesus. That took a bit. Okay. Good lord. Christine Garland. Uh, let's just go back to this real quick. That was with a daughter who Sam never met. Let me There we go. And then going into here, Elizabeth Farrow, create highlight. Okay, back to the computer. Just be dirt. Before when the restaurant switched suppliers, they were connected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. She's buttoned up and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Yeah, 1978. Okay. First affair, final affair. When did Joanna Robertson? Oh yeah, I guess I never. Felix Fellows. Uh, First few weeks of his parents divorced when he was 4 after his father learned of the affair. Felix Fellows to Riley and Joanne Fellows. Oh, Riley and Joanne. Okay. Right, there it is. That's Riley Fellows. Okay, and then that's. When did all that happen? Right, go back in here. 76. Okay, so Christine was immediately after. But we don't know. Christine Garland. Well, I guess I don't know what her current job is. Christine Garland. I guess it's Steve Garland. Pharaoh. Is what her actual name is. And Steve Garland. Had infidelity and then had a baby. Hmm. Her daughter showed up with Guy. Didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Hmm. Right. Uh. Right. Hmm. Shit. Guy Hudson. Mm-hmm. Hmm. I've basically finished with Miracle. Don't really know what's going on with Elias yet. Hmm. Ruby Legal. Ruby Spreader Company. Ruby Legal. Free different person. Constant legal challenges without the modifications. Foster care. Cicely Sanchez. Fashion scholarship. Managed by Ruby Legal Enterprises. Valedictorian speech controversial. Wealth inequality. Hmm. Yeah. I don't know if any of this stuff would like actually show up. Hmm. I do have the Ford. Right, the Grandorf Dove. Miss Ford, ASL. securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Right. Okay. How many more pages gonna have? 11 total pages. Okay. Ford. Let's go back here real quick. And after that, Grandorf Dove donation. Principal Miss Ford fluent in 5 languages, including ASL. Over 15 years. Not deaf herself. Mentioned that she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Oops, Jesus. Alright, so Grandorf Dove. School for the deaf near Butler was regularly listed in articles with other local schools. Include what seems to be an endless list of snow cancellations, extracurricular activities, weekend events. One useful article. Grandorf Dove was at the center of a crime article from 1982. Seems that someone defaced the school and vehicles outside the brand new Hudson wing of the school. There were multiple broken windows, and one of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. A few weeks later, a follow-up article provides more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Apparently, the destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. According to the reporter's investigation into police reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the school has agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for the damages and for the couple to begin the divorce proceedings. It seems Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances in Butler County Times. Nothing shows up for her, okay. The Hudson Wing was an expansion to Grandorf Dove, now Grandorf School for the Deaf, first built in 1982. Separate, much smaller building, half a block from the main campus, and operates a smaller independent school that offers free ASL courses for the family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to their history site, they got their name after the president of the Roottrees company generously donated only $250,000 towards the construction of the building. Also, a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in with details from the other information you've seen about the school. It mentions that the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottrees at the time. Mentioned that she learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing even existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wished to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottrees management to invest in the school. The Hudson Wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first it only operated on weekends, but since then but since then it has added afternoon classes on some weekdays. Hmm. 1982. And then when did Christine? 1977. So something between there and presumably uh only existed for 1 year in the 1980s. She went there, convinced. Why did they need an ASL thing? Well, I guess she was. I think it did say at some point that she was fluent in many languages, fluent in 5 languages, including ASL. Right, right. I forgot. Interpreter because of all the uh travel traveling to expand. That makes sense. So Hughes. Hmm. Hmm. All avoided farther appearances. So like this has nothing to do with it. Yeah. Articles on local schools. Married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. Convinced he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. Oh. How do I search for fucking international shit, man? Hmm. Is that a red herring or fucking what? Because Thomas Hughes doesn't show up for anything. I don't know what Mrs. Hughes' first name is. Stretched until the last mention in 1990. Mm, not deaf for self or learn sign language. Not exactly sure where to go from here. Realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing aids. Yeah. Fuck. When did he die? I'll figure that later. Died in May of 1982. All the secretaries were let go. Work time temp. No connection between work time temp and name related to your search. Okay. Douglas Rosenberg. Fred Gleason. Does not matter. Hmm. Doing exactly what it told me not to do, or not bother doing. And just searching everyone's name. No office staff. No secretaries. Douglas Rosenberg, free hire. Victor Logan. Fred Gleason. one thing here to learn, but Terry O'Connor. Emily Seinfeld no longer employed. Emily Barnes now listed. Gwyneth Madsen no longer employed. Gwyneth Cattrall now listed. Yeah. Susan Ford no longer works in this department for interpreter. I don't know how to fucking what else to look for right now. That seems like a dead end unless I can find Christine Garland or Christine Farrow, but trying to open up their own restaurant. Oh shit. Steve Garland has 3 articles that mention him. The first was an article about how he met his wife Christine when he worked at Art Antonelli's. Second is from months later in September 1978, a listing for his weekend cooking classes, Gourmet for the Groovy. The blurb mentions he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen. Let me move back here. The blurb mentions that he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last... Oof, why am I hiccuping? Last month, so that he can keep an eye on his son. Okay. Oh, I guess it doesn't let you put, The third was from 1991. That's 13. Titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident. Seems that a local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. His recipe book was partially plagiarized from the recipes that Steve Garland would give his students during his cooking lessons before he moved. The article mentions that although recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it, usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Apparently, these stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook, in addition to additional stories that follow the same format. His ass getting fucking magic beans. Zimmer. Kitchen Tales was a story-based recipe book credited to Mark Zimmer that had some success after it was featured on a morning talk show. Book released before the internet was widespread, so mentions are rare. One book collector states the publishers were unprepared for the demand and that there was no second printing, so it's unusual to find a copy in the wild. You find an alternative medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients. It mentions that one of Kitchen Tales recipes uses salt water. The owner of the site has included a scan of that recipe, which was added to your evidence. She says, if you switch out the salt water in the recipe for a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seawater, it tastes great. Sick man. Uh, Mark Zimmer Kitchen Tales. No copies available. Re-released as Garnishing the Truth, a recipe book that contains stories. Garnishing the Truth. Garnishing the Truth is a cookbook credited to Garland and Zimmer. It was released in 1994, actually quite successful after the duo appeared to promote it on a daytime talk show. There have been multiple printings since. According to a book review, the recipes are accompanied by stories that help the reader remember the ingredients. The reviewer says that it seems perfect for learning to cook with the entire family. So it's, what do I do for Steve, Garland, and Mark Zimmer? Ooh, there we go. The introduction of this book is a series of acknowledgments from Steve. The first is, Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You are the apple of my pie. The second is to James Robert, you're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher. The final is Mark Zimmer. You proved my storytelling approach that recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. There's also a foreword by Mark Zimmer. I first met Steve in 1978 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. So you might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Well, it turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled it at McCarran's brew house over a game of darts. They said they'd give us the first drink of the night free for an entire year for mentioning them. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friend so late in life, but when I decided to retire, I moved to Boston just so we could hang out. So if you're browsing this book in a wet bookstore, please, please buy our book. We need more money for when the free beer runs out and the bookstore could probably use a sale. Pub in Boston, they have a website, apparently the bar's been around for a long time. On the site, there's a list of famous people that have had a drink there, including former President of the United States, now at the Roottrees Company, Kennedy. There's also a few listings of television shows and books that have mentioned McCarran's, as well as they have that came up. One of them is Garnishing the Truth, which the site has this to say about. Local and regular Stevie G wrote a book about food. He preferred cocktails, but he gave us a shout out, and we ain't gonna say no to free press. So go grab a bite at his kids' joint Fry Die, and then swing by to meet him for a drink. At his kids' joint Friday. Friday is a fairly popular restaurant in Boston. They don't have a website, but many locals seem to mention them in various places. One more in-depth review explains that it's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a very small interior with a window. Unusually, the restaurant only serves vegetables, but a lot of reviewers say that in spite of that, it's delicious. You also find a short story about it listed on a website called My Boston Homepage. Whoever runs the page seems to just link to random sites related to Boston, tell personal anecdotes related to Boston, and give their relatively short opinions on things in Boston. It's very unorganized. It has this to say about Friday. Wicked overrated. I saw it in Chef's Signature, so I went, and there was a huge line. They didn't have a single meat dish. What's even the point? That doesn't help. My Boston homepage is run by someone with eclectic tastes. They claim to rate things on a scale from wicked awful to wicked wicked. The most recent thing to receive a wicked awful was an antique store called Bee's Things. Apparently the owner, Beatrice, is not very friendly. The most recent establishment to receive a wicked wicked is the comic book store in Cambridge called the Million Year Picnic. As far as you can tell, nothing besides Friday seems to be connected to your search in any way. But we're gonna look them up anyway. Bee's Things is an antique store located in Boston. Owner's name is Beatrice. Store's name appears to be a somewhat awkward attempt at a bee stings pun. This is supported by what can only be described as a swarm of bee-related imagery and puns on their website. Their logo has a pastel yellow and black striped theme with clip art of insects. Mentions all of Boston is buzzing for bees. There's even a listing for vintage armoire that mentions there's plenty of room for all your yellow jackets in it. At the bottom it states, "Fly on down, honey, and make a deal with Beale." Nothing here appears to be appears to be relevant to your search. Cool, man. The Million Year Picnic. The Million Year Picnic is a comic book store in Cambridge, Massachusetts, one of the oldest comic book stores in the United States, named after a short story by Ray Bradbury. If you decide to visit the Million Year Picnic for the first time after playing this game, please tell the owner, Tony, that you heard about his store from the video game The Roottrees Are Dead by Jeremy Johnston. Fair warning, he has no idea that I did this, and will probably be somewhat confused if he's the first person to tell him. So that's a real place, huh? Yep, yep. It's a comic book store. Okay, that's fun. Wicked, wicked. Chef's Signature. Chef's Signature is a magazine related to food and trendy restaurants that cover subjects all over the United States. Okay. Friday. Chef's Signatures covered Friday less than a year ago, right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Each article in Chef's Signature tends to focus on a restaurant, and like the magazine's name implies, each restaurant lists the one main dish that the head chef is known for. Friday Signature is a samosa cone. The cover and main article has been added to your evidence. Hell yeah. The Plated Loaf. Kitchen Tales is a book that combines recipes and stories. It had popularity but seemed to disappear from online marketplaces in 1992. You found a scan of one story on a website. It demonstrates how to bake the plated loaf. For years, two bakers, Flora and Yates, flirted. They grew their friendship, compared recipes, and combined knowledge. She loved his salt and pepper beard. He adored her rosemary cheeks. They thought sweetly about one another, but he was one day whisked away, conscripted to bake the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flora's tears began to salt her bread. The recipe asked the reader to combine flour, yeast, sugar, olive oil, and rosemary, combine the salt and water together, add to the mixture, and whisk until the dough begins to form. It was 10 to 12 years later that they met again, seemingly by fate. Flora's unique dough had earned her a position as the king's personal baker. Yates had found success as well. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. One day they returned from the Dutch Isles with a gift. 450 unbaked loaves, and were sent to the palace bakery to teach a method that requires no kneading. Allow the dough to brew for 10 to 12 hours, then spread it out and let it sit for over 45 minutes on a floured baking sheet with no kneading. Spread it out and let it sit for over 45 minutes. Next, prepare a Dutch oven preheated to 450 degrees. Upon seeing Yates, Flora was both delighted and distraught. She felt as if she was torn in two. She had not been made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns for the palace ovens. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by fears that he'd be unable to bake with her, that she'd face retribution for being unprepared. She cried to Yates, adding more salt to her dough. Cut the dough into two equal pieces. and lightly sprinkle salt across the top of only one of them. Only one of them. Yates eased her pain. He insisted she had no obligation to prepare for a return she thought impossible. But he shared her fear of retribution. He knew if they did not solve her predicament... Why does it feel like there's like a... Oh... He had an extra space here. He knew if they did not solve her predicament, they'd miss their final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape the future. They twisted and entwined their doughs and baked them as one. Thus was born the plated loaf. Word quickly spread of this new delight. The king's decree on royal parchment was that it would be considered a delicacy. Roll and twist the pieces to entwine them, then take the twist and wrap around the inside of the Dutch oven, top parchment from outside inward to make a spiral. Roll and twist the pieces and entwine them, then take the twist and wrap around the inside of the Dutch oven, a top parchment from outside inward to make a spiral. Bankrolled by the king, the double Flora and Yates spent their days baking together. They traveled for 45 years, then settled down for 15 more. Their souls were golden, with no regrets. Lastly, bake for 45 minutes, remove lid, and observe until crust is golden brown, which could take up to 15 minutes. Bro, that story is too long to remember the entire recipe. But okay. Yeah, you know, the bread does look good. Can a vegetarian diet be trendy? Sitting right down with the Garlands and 8 Boys in Boston. Chef signature. Fans of unusual restaurants. James and Robert Garland on the cover of the November 1998 issue. No, okay. Two brothers own a small walk-up window in Boston called Fry Dye. Play on the tie-dye shirts that the servers wear. Servers. It's a window. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by the powerful spices found in Thai and Indian food. Their signature dish is the samosa cone, which from a distance somewhat resembles that traditional ice cream, complete with waffle patterns. Instead, it contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and a special ginger-based sauce. Damn, that shit kinda sounds good. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James, jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wear the sous chef jacket his whole life, he doesn't mind. As a result, James answers most of the interviewer's questions. James credits his love for food and his culinary skills to their upbringing. Most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. My father was a chef and my mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. That's how we met. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that since we moved here before I could even talk, but they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Friday. When we moved, they were looking to open up their own restaurant together. Unfortunately, they never got it off the ground. His line cook gig ended up being less temporary than he hoped, and she had to go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skills at home on his days off. We'd always go shopping and cook as a family on those days, and even though we were hyper kids running around and causing a ruckus, those were some of our family's favorite memories since we were all together. Mom always had the eye for the best vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass that on to us. According to the article, their parents, who are now retired, visit Friday often. They even have a signature dessert, the Sistine Apple. Apple pie has always been my mom's favorite, and my dad's always had this stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. Most people realize it's a Sistine Chapel pun and assume that's all there is to it, but it's actually secretly named after them, sort of. Secretly named after them, sort of. Sistine Apple? Christine Steve? I don't know how that works. Secretly named after them, sort of. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, well, in any case, I don't have a picture. Uh, oh shit, I gotta look. Still look. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I still gotta find her picture. Unless I already have her picture, in which case I don't. No. But this is who's old? Robert, 3 years younger than James. James Garland. Robert Garland. I forget. Uh, Delegated to wear the sous chef's jacket his whole life. He doesn't mind. Okay. So he's one in red. Oh, then there's chef. Chefs. Okay, so I just need to find their mom somehow. Hmm. Oh wait. Oh, okay, no. Alright. Steve. Chris. Steve. Mm, Apple. Okay. Really curious if that uh actually means anything else, or that's just a neat little thing to add. Fry dye. How would I find a picture of Christine? Where does Susan Ford fit in? You are the apple of my pie. Oh. Whatever. Daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Hmm. So presumably, Vol on one of those trips with presumably Susan Ford went with him as an interpreter. And like I don't know, fucking fucked him. I guess they fucked at some point. It's hard to tell which one is supposed to be her. One of these two. But she has a deaf husband. Right? To surprise her future husband, who was deaf. Her future husband. First teacher. Hmm. Was it Chris? Was it Chris Rafferty 75? Why am I don't know why I fucking Chris Raff 75 um at wrong one. Why is it down there now? Prodigy.us. His name was Chris, right? God damn it, man! I don't fucking remember. Luisa Garcia. I don't know. Oh, right. It was something about the rapper, five-piece rappers. Red Skull, Magenta Skull. That's not what I clicked on. I don't exactly want to go back to the other sea to remember. Was it Chris Rafferty 775? I already forgot. 755? Something like that, man. Do I know when Chris was born? That might help. 97? Uh, was it D and J and plus C and C and well, I also don't remember that stuff. These times? Oh, C and J and D. This shit kind of hard. Okay, doesn't help. Doesn't help at all. Michael Jr., Jim Roottrees. Got to him from the conspiracy page, but I don't remember how to get to the conspiracy page because I don't remember what the color of this fucking skull was. Red Skull Candy Wrapper. Shit. Hmm. Wait, okay. Not remembering. Carl, Roottrees. Uh, Roottrees curse, right? Yes. During your initial search, you came across Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page about Roottrees. 8 months later, the page still exists and is thriving. The visitor count has reached 7 digits. Okay. Many older articles have been replaced. It seems that the recent uprising in Roottrees news has left Thomas Overwood with a constant stream of events to base new theories on. More than one of his theories involve Roottrees deaths being faked. According to Overwood, statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who have died in a family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. This newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with a post mentioning that he's begun believing the guy's not dead theory. In his own words, my eyes have been opened, all of this is beginning to make too much sense. Finally. Uh, finally found something. The guy's not dead theory. In his own words, my eyes have been opened. One of his posts details the belief that Ron Roottrees is still in charge, Gwen Roottrees' death was faked, and that Clark is only there to throw people off. Apparently, this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop a new candy recipe in secret. Another is about the rapper 5 Piece. He can't possibly be a Roottrie. One of his first album songs, when he was performing under the devil name, actually mentioned that he wanted to have sex with Raina. Not even Sam Madsen is spared. According to Overwood, the author of 6 Pieces isn't real. Sam Madsen is an anagram for Am Madness. No way. They're purposefully leaving hints for us. He claims that by using 6 Pieces with Lauren Roottree's book as a one-time pad, he has begun to decrypt a cipher. Most of the cipher seemed meaningless, but he managed to pick out the words people and vastness as working on figuring out what it means. There's also a request at the bottom, next year, 2000, a leap year, and Overwood is looking for funds and volunteers to catch the Roottrees red-handed in Operation RT29. He specifically mentions not to volunteer if you've ever drunk Spirit Cola, but doesn't go into why. Chris Raff 70. I did remember. Fuck. God damn it. Chris Rafferty's Prodigy site seemed to have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pictures of the cousins. Instead, it's a list of questions that people keep emailing him. The most relevant ones are the following. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. Uh, he was happy to hear from me, and now he calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember him, people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. Did you ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5 and in the office with my dad and Guy was there. Oh, I made myself sick by eating chocolate and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories of that came from that picture or not. The photo has been added to your evidence. Sick. How did you have proof of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Roottrees Curse website, and he emailed some old stuff including the proof, but even with the proof, the website didn't take it down. You spelled fiance wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. uh, I'm glad he fucking addressed that shit. Alright, where's the picture? This photo is on Chris Rafferty's website. According to Chris, it's a photo of him, his father, and Guy Hudson. While they were distracted, he snuck into the supply of chocolate they kept for visitors and tours. Chris Rafferty did not know who the woman in the photo was. Ah, but do I know the woman? Guy, when he was... Oh, fuck, she has a... What the fuck is that, a flower tattoo? Fuck, this could be any woman. Fuck, that tattoo is really significant. Surely... Yeah. Don't know why I even checked her. Completely unrelated. She's retired. But I guess her last job was as a farmer. Right? That's what they said. There's Guy, Clark. There's his dad. Where'd the beard go, dude? I can get another picture. Oh yeah, fuck, I forgot about that. There's a picture of Zachariah somewhere. And there's a picture of, someone else had a picture. Right? Unless I already edited it. Wasn't there more? Wasn't there like 4? There's Zach. Oh wait, was it? No. Am I crazy? I could have sworn there was like a fourth. Whether crazy or blind. Okay, maybe I'm crazy. Okay. Ooh. What does he say in the interview? Oh wait, she went back to work as a secretary. Right. Okay. It's not her. Could be her, but it's probably not her. Where was this? Where'd the picture come from again? Statue in front of the Miami Print Museum, formerly the Bocadoro Library, North Miami. It says in the quarter, according to the site, is said to be of an unknown author. I feel like I did that before. Bocadoro. Hmm. Midway between Maine and Miami. Hmm. Where did I hear the Bocadoro Library? Whatever. I'm gonna go back to the whole Chris Rafferty shit. Mm. Oops. Months later, page still exists, thriving. The guy's not dead theory. conspiracy stems from a oh no. Stems from a website that focuses on clues that the Roottrees have supposedly hid all over the place. This includes on candy wrappers and print advertisements and television commercials and their jingles. The story, according to the website, is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president of the Roottrees Company. That's true, and introduced multiple failed products. That's probably true. Something needed to be done, and that would put the company immediately and instantly back in the favor of consumers. So they killed off Guy Hudson and replaced him with a new president. I thought Guy was dead, or I thought Guy was not dead. This move immediately garnered sympathy, and this company recovered the next year, more popular than ever. The next president stayed much farther out of the limelight, and some people even theorized he was simply Guy Hudson in an elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. That's crazy. The people who run the site are asking for help. They're certain that there's a clue to all of this that accidentally leaked in a banned article from the magazine Piketty. On their page is a scan of the magazine's cover, the interview with Cicely Sanchez about Guy Hudson, and some photos. Oh shit. You add them to your evidence. Well, well, well. Oh shit, there he is. The photo of the first from magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez. Issue was Piketty magazine that it came from was pulled from the shelves, but you managed to find it online. Does not label its individual photos. Both photos were set under the shared label. Cicely was provided these photos by the Roottrees Company for use in her book. There's Zach. There's Guy. This photo is the first from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez. In the background of the photo, there is a Christmas tree. Fuck. Who the fuck is that? It's not Stephen Garland. Is that Christine? Unless something else is wrong. Unless it's not Elizabeth, it's fucking Melissa. Oh, whoops. Lisa, Melissa, Elizabeth. Carlisa, Belisitris, Ashlisa. Okay, fucking, I don't know. I don't know who Christine is. Or which one's Christine. But I assume Christmas party. The produce. At the end of last year. Right. Okay. It's a Christmas party. So that probably is Christine. Let me double check with the files. Christmas tree bash. Yeah. There's nothing about the Christmas tree bash, right? Yeah. So I think it's pretty good to assume that's Christine. And then a picture of Steve back here. Oh, okay, so it's, I guess they're both in here. Or not, unless I just missed it. Oh, this is just an update. Okay. Right? Yeah. Interview with Cicely Sanchez, an author. She was hired to write a book about Guy Hudson. Claimed to have been paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the Roottrees, Guy Hudson. He was president for a short period at the end of 1970s, right? We had him on New Year's Eve, actually, the last night in 1978. Guy liked to throw big parties. I was just coming off of Changed Man and looking for my next project. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party and they courted me to talk about a book. That was the first time anyone recognized me for my work. I had finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great, but then none of the stuff that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Chop chop, snip snip. Anything with even the slightest threat to Guy's image ended up gonzo. Okay, so Patricia was also a swinger. Possibly. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I could boil him down to two traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Rootree. And second, he'd never be satisfied living the life needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, and he really liked to exploit that to pick up women. But he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess. Mr. Rogers? Really? Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but Elias Rootree was boring as all hell and all about family. Guy did everything he could be Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Rootree Legacy, with Elias on the cover. The last time he and I met, he had even switched out his orange suits for the same green ones Elias wore. Hmm. And remember fancy flavors? Guy knew that part of Elias's legacy was the five-piece flavors, so that's what Guy tried to do too. Caviar was a disaster here, but it was actually somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. In Christmas 1979, he went to Brazil to open the Rootree Brazil factory. Guy was always hopping around the world trying to recreate that success. Okay, put this under Guy. Christmas 1979. So how come the book never came out? It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote, without running it by anybody in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. Hmm. He was the president, right? Do you know why he never released it himself? If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-1981, months after I had already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Do you know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it in big shiny embossed letters. Like all problems in his life, throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count and the narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. The dinner was good. Imported steak that likely cost as much as a month of my mortgage, and we all got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress, Susie something, into the bathroom to preposition me. Poor girl. I remember her from our trips overseas. Susan. She was too good for him. Anyway, she died soon after, and that was the last that ever came up. What can you tell us about the family? Any insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam Madsen? I actually haven't read it. I just skimmed the sections on Guy to see why people were suddenly calling me up to ask about the man. I'd say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors, whereas I spent time tailing in. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join them when dealing with Roottrees Brazil, but I actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China too. When he met with someone, I'd figured out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin, he and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about. But I did. Wait, I'm gonna put that in the wrong page. Madsen got things wrong? Sam mentions Guy's affairs and treats them like most people would logically think to treat them, like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk, if you get my meaning. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. They both got what they wanted out of it, the same thing. What was that? I'm assuming I only have to spell it out so you can get it in writing for your readers. Woman. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. I found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage and at the same time could bed any woman that found him charming. I can assure you that was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. That's why he was fine with Christine. Where is it? Where? Where are they? Caroline. That's why he was fine with Caroline. Because Patricia was also. Where the fuck is. No, where the hell is he? That's fascinating. Okay. Hmm. Australia, France, and China too. Robin. Alright. Roottrees Brazil. Roottrees Brazil, sometimes erroneously referred to as Roottrees Brazil, is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. It was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative near the beginning of 1979. Right, let me just Google that. Uh, Expansion in the late 1970s coincided with some other large changes at the company and had mixed success. As far as you can tell, the different companies related to it were all formed in very different and sometimes haphazard ways. There's minimal organized information about the history of the expansion itself online, but you can glean the following. Roottrees candy had been distributed globally to certain markets approved by allies as early as the 1940s. This included places like Canada, Mexico, and select countries in Europe, mostly the UK. Roottrees Everywhere involved Roottrees expansions to other major markets that were assessed to be ready for Roottrees. This started with four that had no share in: Australia, Brazil, China, and France. Each of the countries had an entirely new company formed, mostly by making deals with local distributors and manufacturers. What's up, guys? Yep. Yeah, good enough. Okay, Brazil. Unlike some of the other Rootree Everywhere results, Rootree Brazil seems to be a success. You do, you do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information about it. Brazil was the only region in which caviar flavored 5 pieces, released at the end of 1978, were a hit. The primary reason that the factory still exists to this day is solely to create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5-piece bag with Portuguese writing. That can't be fucking good, man. A small town named Alvalagos, Alvalagos, near the near the municipal near the municipality of Sao Bernardo do Campo. Dear God, became the location chosen by the Rootree Candy Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Soares heard that they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early 1979. Sao Bernardo do Campo is a real place in Brazil. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston looked up cities in Brazil that had a lot of manufacturing so that he could place a fictional factory there. He did not want to offend any Brazilians with the tale he was writing that involved corruption and politics, so the small town he named so the small town name he made up, Alvalagos, where the factory was located, was invented by mixing two other regions, Interlagos and Alvarenga. The factory was controversial as locals did not want it there. The Roottrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, however, it has been operating relatively smoothly, except for two incidents. The first was Fogo de Bordo in 1982, and the second was an unsuccessful strike in 1995 that involved all the factory workers being replaced. The factory was originally built and run according to paperwork at the time by a small company called Novo Corporação de Doces Brazil, which literally translates to New Brazil Candy Corporation. This company no longer exists, not much information has ever existed about it, and the Roottrees now run Rootree Brazil entirely. Okay. Novo Corporação Brazil. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna delete that, I guess. That was pointless. Fogo de Bordo. Maple Fire. In 1982, the factory was deliberately attacked in a case of clear arson. The fire was brought under control after destroying about 2/3 of the production floor, and locals claimed that the air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. The factory was rebuilt and continues production to this day. At the time, it was unknown why this happened, but last year a news special did list this incident, as well as a few others in the small town, as backlash to perceived corruption in the government at the time. According to the report, the mayor of the city was found to be receiving a cut of the factory's profits. Local politician Edson Soares. Brazilian politician, you find a dissertation published by his college student as part of their PhD in history. It focuses on the rise of democracy in Brazil. It seems up until 1988, Brazil was run by the military, and the politics during that time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. The paper tells of a few politicians at the time, including Edson Soares. Oof. Edson is a former mayor of Alvalagos. Oh God. Alvalagos, Brazil. Before politics, he was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company. He's put in charge of Alvalagos by the military government in 1973. As mayor, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of American business to establish new factories, distribution plants, and other business ventures in the area. This had two side effects. First, he became quite rich. Second, many locals were forcibly relocated. This did not make him a popular mayor. And what the paper speculates was moved to counteract this unpopularity. His wife Sonia was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerede. He often used his connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television spouting his beliefs and emphasizing his political victories. He remained in office until 1988, when he was defeated in the first election after the military government was no longer in control. Uh, After this election loss, he quickly left the town behind. It is not known where he has gone, but the dissertation even speculates he likely fled to stay alive. Uh, his wife Sonia was discreetly put in charge of television. Telerede is a former television station in Brazil. It came into being in 1970 uh, after a vacuum was created due to the removal of a different network at the hands of the Brazilian military dictatorship. What is it? Sonia Soares. There does not seem to be anyone relevant by the name of Sonia Soares listed anywhere online you can find. However, Spider Search does return a page that lists a news anchor in Brazil named Flavio Soares, who has a mother named Sonia. Flavio Soares is a young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of a cult following. The discourse surrounding him is, to put in polite terms, lewd. There's a website about something called fanfiction that has a small section dedicated to him. Cool, man. It seems that women, and some men, of a wide variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim some of the tales there and learn that a common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Many stories either seem to ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. There are also other more traditional fan sites that list some things about him, including his age, 18, damn, really young, Libra, grilled steak, mother's name is Sonia, also seems that Flavio translates to golden-haired. One website with a signed publicity photo of Flavio seems to confirm this. The photo has been added to your evidence. Ashley York. Ashley York is a British supermodel who does ads for perfume, clothing, jewelry, subject of some controversy in the past few months, having been protested by PETA for wearing fur on the cover of some magazines, dating a young Brazilian news anchor named Flavio Soares, which has brought them both somewhat into the limelight. Fanfiction has apparently been around for a while offline, but has recently begun to gain popularity on the internet as well. After browsing a site dedicated to fanfiction, your first instinct is that while some is based in truth, it likely won't be a reliable or dependable resource for hard facts. For example, in one of the fanfictions you discover about Flavio, Ashley York is captured by pirates and Flavio must team up with a popular team of reptile ninjas to rescue her. As far as you can tell, that didn't actually happen. I really wish it just led to a whole fucking page. Alright, let's check him out. To Natasha, kisses from Brazil, Flavio. God. Australia, alright. It's most successful. Petition in 1979. This happened. Infidelity. Mother named Sonia. very brief mentions here and there when things were announced, but certainly nothing relevant to search. Seems at the time of the company's expansion, the magazine covered considered the Roottrees company to be in a state of disarray, and as a result didn't report in detail on their initiatives. Compound in fact, oftentimes the most poorly deals were happening far from Butler. Retreat. Yeah, okay. Months of advertising business deals unrelated to search that you've been part of. You don't find much that you can't find online, though you may be able to find more by searching for individual people involved with the deals of the company's creations. Oh, Edson Soares. Okay. Big T? No. Nothing else really. Yeah. I feel like there was a book I wanted to check out, but forgot what it was. Hmm. I already tried this, right? Anyone relevant? Flavia Soares, you had a mother named Sonia. Hmm. Okay, so he's currently 18 and it's 1999, so he was born in 1981. That lines up, yeah. His zodiac sign. Oops, whoops. Not me to do that. Meant to highlight. Highlight. To highlight. Mm, hmm. And Edson doesn't show up on. I didn't expect it to work. Okay. Let's go for Roottrees Australia. One of the companies created to Manufacture and distribute Rootree candy, developed as part of the Rootree Everywhere initiative, summer 1979. Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the Rootree factory after he impressed the American leadership, the Rootree Candy Company at the time. Did have some success, only in certain regions. Manufacturing leg of the company shuttered in 1992 after the death of Martin. And Rootree Australia now serves as an importer and distributor. Okay, maybe I should just make a new page of Rootree everywhere. Root Tree Freeware. Hmm. Oh, well. Back to this. Delete this. Go back here. Looking at Australian. Well, delete that real quick. Uh, 2 incidents, first phone. 2. Cert. Oops. Food Bordeaux 1982. Then pick the guy Hudson. Go to Hudson source. Delete. Manufacturing an automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company. That wouldn't really show up. So source. Flavio. Search. Use age 18. That wasn't important. So let's go back to Roottrees Australia. Well, let's go back to, what is it? 1979. Charles Martin is tapped to run the Roottrees. Charles Martin. Shutter. Okay, Charles Martin. Charles Martin. Candy manufacturer in Australia, born in 1923. Popular brand of licorice called Martin's Licorice Bullets. Let's just see what that leads. Never mind. Most of his history is unrelated to the Roottrees. However, in 1979, he helped to develop Roottrees Australia, used its own wealth to build a new factory, and they distributed the maple treats through the same methods he had already been using for his previous candy venture. A website about Australian commerce mentioned that he had a very unusual business agreement with the main Roottrees company in the U.S. Much like how the Clanton Trust distributed the profits from the Roottrees company evenly to the Roottrees family, the profits of the Roottrees Australia would be split 50-50 between the American Roottrees company and Martin himself, for him to do with what he wishes. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible, especially towards the end of Martin's life in the early 1990s. Roottrees candy gained a poor reputation in Australia, and sales suffered immensely. Charles' vast fortune was passed along to his daughter, Robin Martin, who sold both businesses at first opportunity. Robin Martin is featured in many of the top 100 wealthiest women in the world lists. She owns a private island off the coast of Australia where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. She has no husband, and there was a widely circulated rumor somewhere in the mid-70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure she never would have children. You find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous and has a punchline involving Robin's eggs. For what it's worth, Martin seemed to lean into the rumor. Dear God. Martin seemed to lean into the rumors. In the 80s, she once showed up at a charity function with three very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that said simply "satisfied partner" on it. Hmm. Robin's eggs. Okay. Business watch. Apparently, Robin Martin sold off her father's assets in 1992, the year after he died, which combined with her inheritance immediately catapulted her. Okay, wait. Before I do anything else. Uh, oh, fuck. I've been putting it in the wrong place, man. Okay. I'll get back to everything. Robin. Robin. Okay. Uh, quite promiscuous, punchline involving Robin's eggs. The very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that said satisfied partner. That's not gonna lead to anything. Yep. Charles. Apparently, Robin Martin sold off her father's assets in 1992, the year after he died, which combined with her inheritance immediately catapulted her to an almost unimaginable level of wealth. The writer at Business Watch, who was assigned to report on this news, seems to disapprove this move immensely. While the article does touch on the announcement of who took over the licorice division as well as what was to become the maple candy factory, the entire text seems to be dripping with contempt that someone would be willing to dismantle and gut such a successful company to earn a quick buck. The article ends with a dig at Robin's personal life and lack of traditional values. But who am I to judge? Maybe she sold it to ensure a better future for her own children. Oh, wait. Damn, bro. Mentions that Charles Martin met with the legal and leadership teams from Roottrees in late 1977, came to an agreement, broke ground on a new factory in early 1978. The Roottrees company's statement, said to come directly from the president, was brief and a bit awkward. Roottrees is excited to begin a new adventure down under. We're extremely impressed with Charles Martin. Feel like this expansion heralds a new era for Roottrees that will last for years to come. Roottrees is founded on family, and Charles' family has also impressed us, especially his daughter Robin. We know she'll continue to steer the ship just as Elias Roottrees' family continues to do so here in the USA. No, fuck do you mean by that? I don't know why I checked that. Don't know why any of these would have anything about any of these people. Yeah. Yep. Thought I'd try it. Was Robin a dead end? Does Robin have any fucking... when was that? 79? 79. Christine. (1977), 1979, 1981. So I think that this is Susan. Possibly. Or... damn, that's hard. I think this is definitely... Fuck, so I gotta figure out which of these... Oh... God damn it. I don't have a picture of Robin, so... I don't really know where to find one. But he definitely slept with her, according to... He and she definitely spent a few nights together. She had a medical procedure to ensure she never would have children in the mid-70s. This Maybe she's a dead end. Fuck. I was curious. Alright, China Rootree. One of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Rootree candy, developed as part of the Rootree Everywhere initiative in the summer of 1979. Led to new opportunities for American companies. Lang Hongbo. Lang Hongbo said personally went over the Rootree family, was owner of multiple textile factories, did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture. Did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China. So instead they made a deal to import unpackaged Rootree candy and label it for not only China but additional markets. Hongbo, who was already in his mid-50s when the deal happened, only had daughters, and his brother Lang Hongyu took control upon his death in 1986. After Hongyu died in 1992, passed to the oldest child from the next generation, Lang Xinyu. Langtai Textile Corporation, which is a company that has helped expand Roottree's products to China since the late 1970s. Seems very accomplished. The site has quotes of many different reporters and news articles listed on it in nearly every language, also mentioned quite often on websites about Chinese businesses, but those mentions are company focused and not people focused. They don't offer any information but useful to your investigation. The page contains a very rudimentary leadership timeline with names to prove that the company has been in Lang family for a long time. Kinda looks like a family tree. Goes back to at least 250 years in some form or another. During the period where they began the Rootree deal, Lang Hongbo, the family name comes first, so Lang is his last name, was the CEO. He died before the internet was widespread, so there's not much out there other than his name on this website. His younger brother, Lang Hongyu, is featured on the history section directly following him. This also seems to be only a mention of the man. The current CEO is a woman listed simply as Xinyu. The site doesn't list her last name, though she does appear in the family tree below Hongbo. Langtai has a few American logos on this page. One is the Rootree logo, another is Tranquilts, and third is Piece of Asia. Play on tranquil and quilts. The name is ironic considering they're the loudest quilts you've ever seen. The main quilt featured on their website is a flaming unicorn soaring through space with peace symbols all around it. Although they were listed on the website of the Langtai Textiles Company, don't seem to have much of a connection. Appears they import cloth. Piece of Asia is the American arm of Langtai, located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. According to their site, Tai and Langtai translates to peaceful, so they chose their name in America to match. There are a lot of other companies listed here, too many to investigate, as very few of them seem to have their relevance. Offer fabrics and cloth at a wholesale price. Business said to be owned by husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. The Chinese names are listed too, and from using an online translator, it seems that Jerry is Han Junwei and Linda is Lang Xingyao. Jerry, Linda, and Mike Han appeared recently on a website called Focus on Philanthropy under the headline Hangin' with the Hans. The Hans were chosen because they donate significantly to causes that further Chinese American culture. Born in China, fell in love during college, large company. His father proved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the U.S. portion of the business. Jokes the entire situation. Alanis Morissette song with how ironic it all ended up. Absolutely terrified to move to the U.S. Big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on a wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. Somehow Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mike, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China, has thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the U.S. anymore. Kids are complete opposite though. Mike couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Our niece, who grew up there, was opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. Started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school, and she flew out of here as soon as she graduated. Name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. Lucy Lang is not exactly a common name, but it's not the most uncommon you've come across either. If you come up with any searchable details, the product's website is part of Team Talon Claw. Talon Claw owns two teams from the US participating in a new robot-based show in the UK. For a small women's a cappella group in Los Angeles called the Gin and Tonics. Worked in New York for a business called Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. Where's this leading? Talon Claw. Mideastern University. Okay. A robot also named Talon Claw has been selected for appearance on the second season of a British television show focused on robot fighting. Uh, Talon Claw was one of the two teams selected in the US. Robotics Club is a text-only site you can find linked from the university's student section. The site seems used mostly to announce its schedule to its members. The club is said to meet every Tuesday and Thursday, but the last 8 dates have all been cancelled because a few members of the team are currently in the UK filming. Another date a few weeks back was cancelled for an interview with the school's newspaper. Captain Jaya Patel. Okay. Lucy Lang. Kurt Hauser. Okay. Hmm. Gin and Tonics. College a cappella group out of Los Angeles. Soprano is new yourself by her other than her name, and she performs as a soloist on a song called Like the Wind. Seed compilation called Boca, for a cover of popular boys band song. Best College a cappella exists in 1995. Compilation of various a cappella groups from different colleges, often performing covers of popular music. Doesn't appear very relevant to the Roottrees or anyone connected to the Roottrees. Nobody's ever done a cover of a song by Jim and Diamond, for example. Maybe someday. Subways of Your Mind by Fex is an early 1980s pop song. It was a #1 hit in many countries, though it peaked at 6th in the US. Still played to this day on contemporary stations around the world, often found on compilation discs of popular music. Subways of Your Mind is one of those rare songs that feels like it has always existed and art is fully formed a collective either. Many follow-ups, some more limited in the United States. Subways of Your Mind, famously starting with the catchy opening phrase, Like the Wind. Also due to the somewhat lengthy title, those seeking it out or requesting often search for Like the Wind. Many lyrics, I note, incorrectly making this mistake even more common. Like the Wind and attempting to narrow it down to results that include the Roottrees. You find that an obscure Irish band called U2 once cited both Fex and Jim and Diamond as inspirations. As far as you can tell, neither Fex nor Subways has anything to do with your search. Seeing as U2 is relatively unknown to anyone outside of Dublin, the connection seems to be an odd coincidence. These are some stupid fucking or side tracks. Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. Ranked one of the top facilities in Business Watch. As you can tell, CSSU is a company that other companies hire as consultants to increase productivity. Unclear how the exact services they provide. The site is light on details. There are a few high-profile companies listed on their site as former clients. You recognize their names, but none of them are related to your current investigation. Lucy Lang was listed in Business Watch for her work at corporate article of a consultants corporations hired to facilitate large internal changes. Each person featured in the article has a small bio section, followed by a longer section about why they were chosen. Lucy's bio section mentions she grew up in a small Arkansas town. Oldest of 4 children, she's only the second person in her family ever even left the state. Uh, Earned her degree from a prestigious New York college, started as a junior associate and in short years worked her way up to the company ladder. Age 32, youngest lead energy engineer in the company system. Why am I fucking look up all this stuff? None of this matters. Oh my god. I'm just going down some fucking shit, man. Oh, modern music monthly. Boca? Okay. Oh wait, fuck. Holy shit. Adderall is a story from the school's robotic team. 3 students talks a bit about each of their history, including their interest in robotics. Only one who catches your attention is Lucy Lang, who grew up in China's Minlang, but came to the US specifically to attend university. Grew up from factory-scale machines that some products that would be shipped all over the world. And the moving parts and automation fascinated to her. Obsessed with smaller, more powerful hydraulics mechanisms, talent class weapon. Loves linguistics, collecting accents. In her spare time, she practices not only removing any trace of her native inflection, but also quickly switching between multiple different regional accents. Feels her personal best is the Southern Belle, but her favorite is the Valley Girl due to its use in popular culture. Her head seems really small. Lang Min with tongue. How the fuck? Oh, she's gonna be on the fuck. She's on a tree. There's no fucking way, man. There's no fucking way. Her Boo only had daughters. Only had daughters. His brother Lang Hongyu took control upon his death in 1986. Hongyu died. Passed the oldest child from the next generation. Family name comes first. Businesswoman currently running the Lang Thai textile company. Recently relisted an article on a website written by and for a woman. Article entitled "Powered" is about the recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. Due to her lack of brothers, she has a younger sister. Lang Yu took over as CEO of her family's company in 1992 after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. Uh, Elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company. Apparently an extremely controversial move among the company's employees. Some of them, the article does not say how many, quit and wrote a letter stating that she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. Since then, the company has been performing well. Her nephew, who's currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has been a twist on a popular proverb. The article roughly translates it as someone that has proven they can do something well can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader could doom us all. Article also offhandedly mentions that Xinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. Helped her sister have a child? Uh, there's an unsourced picture of Xinyu in the article. It says it's from 1992 when she took over. She was 45 at the time. 45 in 1992. 35 in 1982. Okay, so guy could have fucked her. This is getting fucking crazy, man. I didn't think there'd be anyone Chinese in this game. Okay, you 2. It's his younger sister. Early adopter of IVF. Unsourced picture article from 1992. She was 45 at the time. I was in Business Watch fairly often in the last 20 years or so. A lot of articles about the rise of Chinese companies. Old's article, one of the earliest mentions from 1979, stands out as very unusual because this is all Lang Tai's business. Details a new medical industry. In vitro fertilization was brand new, barely a year old. After the first successful IVF birth in 1978, the industry began to grow, and a featured article about different companies all over the world and the cost that they could charge for their services was in Business Watch. This included a few cases of high-profile customers willing to pay per premium. Apparently, at the time, the CEO of Lang Tai was Lang Hongbo, and his younger daughter Lang Xingyao and her husband could not have children. So, in an attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid genes to have their child implanted in his older daughter, who was unmarried. The cost for this was apparently 38,000 won, 380,000 yuan, just over. Wait. Oh, shit. Oh my god, okay. My con. Jokes the entire situation like something Atlantis more said. Uh, when we had Mike, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. My sister stayed in China, thrived there. Our kids are complete opposites though. Mike couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. Actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Our niece, who grew up there, was opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out here as soon as she graduated. They couldn't have children. Uh, have their child implanted in his older daughter. I assume that ended up being Mike. And then she was unmarried, got pregnant from fucking guy, and then had a daughter. Oh my god. Something brings up much fewer results than Lang Tai. We sat on Watchmen of the Year, but did have a pretty sizable article that mentioned some of her history. Born in 1947, first of two children, mother was already in her 30s when she had her. Had trouble conceiving a second time until 3 years later. This is a new sister. Clear that her father's not going to have a son to pass the family business down to. That's how she became involved. Stayed the president Lang Tai for a very long time. Goddess grew up, trained them, hoping that one of them would have a son who could take over. One helped him in China, another in USA. Neither were given any official titles. He died due to societal dynamics. The business passed to his male sibling, the younger brother. Many of the knew that this could be a problem. His brother was not a businessman. It was not much younger than his brother. During this time, Jinyu essentially ran the company as her uncle's consultant. He began to have problems related to dementia, and Jinyu had already been running things behind the scenes, performed somewhat of a power play. She stopped working until the result of her absence began to cause problems. Only then did they admit they needed her. His headquarters is Butler County. Listed occasionally under many different contexts, many local businesses are. Nothing seems important except the first mention from 1981. Jerry Han traveled from China to open the company, which is connected to a much larger company overseas called Lang Tai that's connected to Roottrees, not a factory, simply imports and distributes Lang Tai's products. Also mentioned that Jerry is the son-in-law of the current leader of Lang Tai. What? Yes, yeah. As someone close to the family who learned English in school, he naturally reached through the ranks as they expanded their reach to America. Linda doesn't speak English at all. She's currently taking the classes he's teaching her at home. Always been a fast learner. Hopes she'll be at least conversational by the time she gives birth. It was not the first time they were in Butler. They visited in the late 70s with the rest of the leadership. Line time when according to the Roottrees, seemed the first trip wasn't covered by the newspaper. Okay, so we go back to Lucy. Wrong one. Actually, let me go back to Hans. And that leads to where is it? Harold. Uh, she grew up as Min Lang. Okay, Lang Min. Yeah. I don't know why I expected anything. No, go back to the fucking Harold, man. Uh, text only site. Every Tuesday, can't speak a few minutes. UK filming. Okay, so this is current. Okay, so in 1981, uh, wait, I need to go back to this. What the fuck is Chi Jeans? Key Jeans was a medical company with operations with the U.S. and China. Made international news in 1994 after a whistleblower came forward. Apparently, their servers were in some cases falsified. While they did often perform IVF, whistleblower proved that a few of their customers paid for a very different service, an alibi. The company would claim they performed IVF on someone who was already pregnant to create a cover story for high-profile families who did not want to give up the child but did not want the shame of an unmarried mother. Oh my god. Whistleblower claimed that they had helped do this at least 6 times, only provided proof of one case, the daughter of an American politician who was unrelated to your investigation. Chi shut down soon after, and both founders have reportedly fled to Lebanon, where there is no extradition to either China or the US. God. Oh my god. Okay, so that answers that. So Lucy's mom fucked Guy Hudson, or Guy Hudson fucked her. And then to cover it up, Chi Jeans claimed they performed IVF on Lucy's mom. Okay. And she was always unmarried, and that happened in 1981 or some shit. I don't really know if that counts as infidelity, but I guess that happened in 79? Fuck, dude, is keeping track of all these fucking things, man. Uh, I don't have her. Wait, I do have a picture. Stupid. Author, baby, cashier, switching days, director, manufacturing. I hope. And Lucy Lang. Fuck. CEO. CEO. Fuck, man. Fuck. Fuck. That seems insane. Oh, shit, man. What the fuck is wrong here, man? She's obviously a student. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, Lord. Alright, who did he fuck in France? Apparently Richie France was a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process after the company had already been formed. Leadership of Roottrees went through a very large change soon after. CEO of Roottrees France was meant to be Tristan Robert. Oh my god, okay. One time was a negotiation to take over Roottrees France, still alive. You come across an interview related to Roottrees from a few months ago. Seems that the other countries have not been immune to Roottreemania, as you recognize the word Roottree in one of the questions. Seems the interviewer snuck in a question about his experience with the company at the end of the 70s. Articles in French, take some time to translate section by section. Mentions guy by first name only, and the tale he tells is quite ugly. Translated as follows. Guy, the president of Roottrees, was one of the worst men I've ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no, and I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. They lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. It seems mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the question a bit, and the interview never returns to the subject of Roottrees. How the fuck did Pokemon come up? Pokemon was video game franchise been attended and premiered in different countries over the last few years. 1997 Japan, 1998 in the US, and more recently in other countries such as France. Besides Roottreemania, Pokemania has swept the globe in the last year or so. It's unclear if the franchise will have any lasting presence or if it will fade like the Roottreemania has. uh, that's funny. Okay, so France is a complete fucking non-starter. That's an immediate dead end. Okay, so currently my leads are China, who I Yu Lang and Lucy Lang, who I have there, and she's unmarried, and but that possibly happened. Well, is she 18? I guess could have happened earlier. 79. Uh, when did he meet with? Uh, developed as part of the Retreat Everywhere initiative in the summer of 1979. Yeah, 79. 79 had sex with Yu. 79 to 99. Uh, so Lucy's like 21, 22. Or not 21, 22, 20 or 21. Or 19? Well, 19 or 8. 19 or 20. So, yeah, there's that. That should be Christine, but I can't tell. Every time you get four additional key relatives in the village, you're completely correct. What am I fucking up here, man? That is James and Robert, right? Not Robert and James. Double checking. Nope, wrong one. James and Robert. Robert, who's 3 years younger than James, yeah. Bro, how is this wrong? Where's this sous chef thing? One, two, three, four, five. Dude, I have six. How are half of these wrong? Fuck. So what else do I got? I got Robin Martin, who doesn't have any kids. Because she had a medical procedure, so therefore she just had sex with Guy. There's Flavio. We know from France that he just approaches whoever's wife has to have an affair to fucking celebrate. So therefore, he probably fucked Sonia. Uh, and end up with. They were planning a new factory in production time in early 1979. So do I know like when? When did Brazil happen? Whereas the city was found to be receiving a cut of the factory's profits. Yeah. Oh man, this shit's complicated as fuck. Okay. Oh my god, I still don't have anything on this asshole's affair. Oh man. God damn, this shit is tough. Alright. Guess I come back to this next time. Anything cool I can click on in here? Any Easter eggs? No. Darn. Okay. Yep. That's where I ended here for now. Next time we hopefully figure out, at least the rest of Guy's branch.